Morning, guys. Is my audio all right? All right, awesome. It was good. Just exhausted. This will be a good test to see how if my internet is all right. I'm getting like 300 right now on Wi-Fi, which is about a third of what I was getting at my old place. I can try to do a speed test now, but I've got a lot running, so let's see what it shows with what I have on. I've got a lot of applications open. Yeah, it's about cut in half right now with what I have, which makes complete sense. Yeah, right now it says 186 download, 164 upload. Yesterday it was doing like 300. I'll try it I'll try it later. Yeah, I'll definitely have to do some adjustments. It's weird not being directly plugged in.
Nvidia shares have fallen as much as 3.2%. So this is the first trading day as they've started their 10-for-1 stock split. As Nvidia shares currently at around 117.61.
10 for 1, what a bargain. Right, guys? You're gonna go buy NVIDIA and keep it pumping. Everyone thinks it's a bargain, right? So today is the Apple keynote. I don't know if usually the Apple keynote is sell the news, but Apple's been a lot less relevant lately with Nvidia's push. So there's potential that the market's able to sustain if Nvidia can find a low. But I do want to just point that out that usually Apple keynote days are flat or slightly up until the keynote, and then after the keynote, Apple sells off without fail. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind that it's usually kind of a slow grind up during the beginning of these days, and then after the keynote or like halfway through, it starts to really start to sell off. We'll see if it's different today, but that, from my experience, is kind of how Apple days work. And that is 1 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, it's the keynote today. Previous state value low, we just pushed through on NQ. Watching this 48 level on ES. Is this blue level kind of hard to see? Should I change this? Maybe make it like white. I don't want to do white. I already have white levels. You know, fuck. Morning, Rory. Okay, there. It's done for the most part. I still need to order a new couch, but I can't decide. So maybe I just won't have a couch for 2 months while I decide. I'm hoping to order it this week. Other than that, everything else is done. But kind of in analysis paralysis right now on Wayfair, just scrolling through 30,000 couches trying to choose. I don't know what that means. Any mustard? We'd want to see a buyer step in here relatively soon on NQ into this 985, 992 area. We want us to kind of maintain our value low here. Any mustard? No, we don't have this.
Russia makes its deepest oil cut in a year and still pumps above the
No, I'm
target.
still in Cleveland.
Russia pumped 9.393 million barrels a day of crude in May, 344,000 barrels per day above the target.
Let me zoom in a bit. Again, still just hitting our heads on this 48 level. We need to see us push up above 48, show it as supportive, and then I think we can probably come up to that 54. Kind of the idea right now. 54 to 58 is kind of, to be honest, it's more like this. 50. I'm going to just zoom out real quick so that we have an idea for those that didn't look at the larger image. But this is kind of our current balance that we're trading within. This node structure looks like this. So I don't really expect a ton of expansion on the day until we can either push below this 37 and then go for this 23, or if we can make this 48 supportive short term, then watching to see how buyers and sellers react in this zone here. If we can make this supportive, I don't see why we wouldn't come up into the 75 to retest yesterday's kind of value high for the last period of the day, right, where we saw this big sell-off. But as of right now, right, we're still holding our lows and holding the bottom of our balance here. So no real reason to look for a ton until we can get back into Friday's range. If we can get through this, though, then I definitely think that we can push through back up to this target. Expansion occurs once we can get over this 75, and then we can be pushing up into these 90s. I think. Oh. It's like 84-90 area. Makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, we really just need to see a breach of either this 37 and hold, or a breach back over 58s, back into our balance for a rotation back up into this area here. Kind of makes the most sense. Of course, our first pivot on the day is where we opened, which is this 48, which we're currently holding as resistance. For short term, right, again, we want to see the ability to hold today's current value to show that we want to breach out and we want to expand. So we want to see this flag. We want to see a push and hold over a 48, and then we can push into the gap. It should be obvious at this point. I'm gonna move this over. I just have this here to help you guys with the pathing, but I don't want it to be messy. So I will leave it on, but I'm just going to kind of shift it over out of view. And it's the same as yesterday, Friday. This 020 to 040 on NQ, incredibly important. And until we can get back above that and make it supportive, there's not a lot to say on NQ for upside, right? It's the same levels, same region. We need to be able to breach above and make this supportive. This is our previous day POC. We've got our VPOC here at 38. Making this 40 supportive is what needs to happen for any sort of like move up. This was our big ol' pivot. You can see kind of the central area of this balance, and we need to breach back into our lower balance where we were able to sustain. Let me go to a 1 minute. That'll be easier to visualize. Carry this over. Very, like, we need to get back into this and make this supportive. It should be, make sense, because like this can either do one of these, can do one of these, but making this 40 edge supportive will be key to kind of come up and retest this area. So that's my major pivot for short term. For downside, I still think 50s is definitely playable. Yep. But right where we are right now, kind of no man's land, just playing off of this node here, which is sustaining for right now, right? But I don't know if this will be enough to pop us out. Again, just really want to see that push over. '21s on the Russells, our first little pivot, and see if the seller is here from Friday. Tuesday value low here and then Q. At our 21s here on NQ, or sorry, on Russell, need to make it supportive, short term seller here. We can get that push up into O20s on NQ for our first real test at our pivots from Friday. Gap almost filled on ES. Excuse me. So I'm watching for something like this now. Any dip needs to be immediately bought for a push up into that 54. Watching this like 47, 48 area for buy side. Russell still rejecting our 21s. NQ holding our value high on the day as of right now. And need to see a push and look above our 20s. And then a willingness to bid for more. Here's our dip down into ES. See if buy side's willing to defend. Watching like this box here, basically. Two minutes until new 15s. Pretty large sell on NQ off of our O20 level, back down to POC here. Same with Russell at our 21s. So really no change from what we thought would happen, but now looking for buy side to actively defend from the mid on NQ and our, of course, value high into this 48 area on ES. Want to see an active buyer here. NQ is going to need to be able to get through our previous day value low at 09, or expect that to be sell side on the look back into value here. Again, if you look at any sort of volume profile analysis, right, on a look back into our value area, we now need to watch this for a reoffer for a full rotation. We need to be able to recover this for support. Anytime you look back into value after a hold above, and then we see this offer shift down, this is now your first level of resistance that you need to be paying attention to. So retesting it now from the bounce at POC. We watch to see if the Russell can get over this 21 and if NQ can recover our value on the day. "30 seconds until new 15s. Russell structure-wise looks by far the best out of the three names that we're looking at right now. But NQ, of course, still just stuck at this 020. This 1900, pretty important that we're able to kind of continue to bid here at POC. If NVIDIA doesn't want to keep going up and the Russell can't sustain above and actually like really get a solid movement, right, then we're going to have a mixed market with RTY going up in a straight line and NQ still balanced. Okay, new 15s are out. Still sustaining levels we need to across the board. I'm just putting that in so it's documented. I've already said it 3 times on stream today, but for those that are going to be joining later, I want to make sure that they still have it as a reference point. Solid hold on Russell over our 21s and bid. Again, it is just a channel up trend. Still waiting on NQ. NVIDIA mixed, right? Price action looks very similar. NQ is NVIDIA. We zoom out on this and see that. Balance, push down. This is on a 15, so it's a little skewed here, but yes, it is just following this action. Testing our resistance here on NQ again into this 09. Need to recover this value high. Incredibly important. Our seller will just continue to persist there. You know what I can do for you guys? Here's so with that indicator that I just linked, you can take that sequence that I just put into chat and copy and paste it right into here, and then it will print all of the levels on the right of your chart. Those are our higher time frame levels. They also, of course, are available already on the chart that I've provided for you guys, and you can always just copy them yourselves from my chart on the indicators that are on, right? But I will save you a step. Good look over on NQ back into our 020. Again, sell side is present here. Need to see that push above. Should be up 2 to 3 points on ES at this point if you are bidding off of our value zone that we thought would hold. See if we can get this look and hold now over our 020. See if this can bid. If 20s can stay supportive, should be able to push into that like 38.40, I believe. Cables are still a mess right now because I just did like a pretty brute force setup just so I was ready for the Monday. But this is like one of my favorite aspects of the department. Check this out. My dog now has a view under my desk. Come on. Retesting our 20s here, see if a bid can sustain or if we're going to need to come back down to our value high and retest that. Love to see 20s become supportive here on NQ. 5 minutes, 6 minutes left really on this candle, but everything's sustaining levels that they need as of right now. NQ is just such an awkward spot, the weakness compared to the Russell. Fighting for every tick. Yeah, of course. Still in Ohio, but probably the best view in all of the city. The entire skyline, plus the lake. So if I'm gonna live in Ohio, I might as well live in literally the best view possible. Cleveland, Cleveland. Apartment tour? I don't know about that one. Oh, and one of my monitors still isn't working after the move, which is a bummer. To my dad's balcony? No, I have not. He's it would be cool if he was directly under me, just like, a bunch of floors, but I think he's more to the right. I'll have to check it out. I don't know. I think we're in like opposite corners, but on the same face. I'm taking one off here on ES as we retest highs. NQ retesting high as well. Watching our Russell retest our 21s coming back down. We just kind of want to see a sustained higher lows here. Ideally, the bid kind of stepping up in this area and then pushing off for continuation. But always when I start to see that relative weakness on the Russell, want to make sure that we bid and sustain, and I'm taking off at least a little size, seeing if the market shows weakness altogether. If 3 contracts left here. No, I don't know. Adrian, you're gonna find out where I am. My exact coordinates. Florida. Never moving to Florida flex. Keep trying. We're halfway through to our 40s here. See if we can get the push. You think I'm gonna pay to go to Florida? That's crazy. You need to understand one thing about me. My wardrobe is fall winter. I don't hot climates and me do not go together. I am a fall man. Pushing into target now here. Again, need to see this 40 become supportive if we're going to see any more upside on Q. I think it makes for a good first profit target, or at least moving your stops up. Solid hold off of our 21 pivot on Russell. Yes, retesting highs. Moving stops up makes sense. Taking some profit off until we can see this look above and hold. Manage it how you want. I'm just giving you the pivot. Nice little look into it. Let's see if 40s can sustain. Any pullbacks from 40s, we'd like to really start to see this like basically now you want to see 27 to 20 now supportive. Any dips we want to see bought where this is now our supportive level. I'm gonna delete those. It's blue box, right? Just what was our previous seller? We want to see its buy side if we can't get over this 40 on our first attempt. Good look above. See if we can build. Oh, and I haven't gotten to DMs yet from this weekend, just with the move. So just please be a bit patient with me. I will respond, I promise. I'm just renting, Cass. I've never lived in a place more than a couple years. I usually shift around quite a bit. I am not good at long-term commitment. It is getting more expensive, but it's probably one of the more affordable cities to live in. I would not say where I am living is affordable, though, if that makes sense. but there's definitely like decent places that are not expensive here. But it's slowly going away. Rent is starting to actually creep up. And Cleveland was like one of your last havens. You can still buy like a decent house here for not too much, but the problem with the city is that we have like 4 hospitals that are all central here and 2 colleges that are all central inside the city. So the economy is very different inside downtown compared to the suburbs, which is still relatively cheap. But you have a ton of doctors and like students who are living here, so it's pretty a competitive market, especially with all of the hospitals. Just so many doctors everywhere. Not in Cleveland. I've only had problems in New York. Cleveland, they don't care as long as you can pay your deposit and you've got good credit and just like basic proof of income. Yeah, I show basically my statements from like the multiple businesses as well as then just like bank statements, yeah. And then they run, of course, like a deep credit and background check on you. But New York, the brokers were asking for like 50 to 100 times your rent to show like you could sustain. Yeah. Like, okay. That might not be for everywhere, but it was for the places that I was actually wanted to live in. You know what I mean?
Hamas and Islamic Jihad say they stick to the ceasefire conditions.
It literally is sort of, oh, what's your lifetime P&L? Yeah, it's bad, Naram. Just it doesn't make any sense. Uh, Not sure flex on that one. Can't read that one out loud. They take EBT flex, you think? Yeah. Ugh. Really solid hold from where we thought NQ would bid, back up to our 40s here. If you're just playing this range, this is fine, right? Just like we talked about, any dips needed to be bought into this, and now we want to see, and ideally us be able to hold this 40 area and bid and not just sell here, right? We want to be able to see a push and then kind of a continuation going on. Are we doing all right this morning? Levels playing? Are you guys willing to execute? How's it going? I'm sorry, I'm kind of like talking all over the place, but everything seems to be doing what we thought. Want to make sure if there are questions or concerns, or if you need help with anything, please let me know. Good job, good job. And if 40s can hold, we should be able to push up into ETH high in that previous week. POC is our next target. Let's see if we can get it. This is a little early of an announcement, but I will be taking off next Monday. Just an FYI. Mario, of course, will be there in the afternoon, but Monday I will not be here. I'll, of course, announce that again later, but that is my birthday. I will not be here. A week early, but thank you. Yeah, Dubs. Feels bad, man. Surf's taking my birthday off as well. You think it's long, Dubs Ben, but I still think that I'm 22. Don't let me like mid-20s just fly by. You're lucky. Hopefully, you don't get another like COVID like event, and then like the years literally are just lost. Yeah. My dog go. Ooh. This complex, I just don't want to call it a complex. This building has a dog run built into it. So I don't actually have to go on like a full walk with her. There's a floor that just has like a grass area built in with like a full pet spa and then just like this like big enclosed area where like dogs can play and do their business. Yeah, it'll be amazing for winter. Yes. Missing my footstool. I need something. Sucks. Use dog, true. Yeah, I used to use my bar, but I bought a new desk and I don't have it anymore, and now I'm struggling here. I'm at the bar Mario's little footrest thing. I get ads for that now, ever since he posted it. They're always listening. Jesus Flex. What the hell? What the hell? Boy. See what NVIDIA can do here. Just back up to our open where our seller was. See if this will sustain or if we can push over this 121 and keep going. NQ, of course, still struggling with NVIDIA at resistance, and the Russell also at our ADR high. We have a minute left until new 15s. So what's on the bingo card for the Apple event today? New iPhone, new iPad, anything inventive, innovative? Or is it just gonna be like V10 of the same products? Maybe a little thinner? Maybe the edges are a bit more curved? What are we thinking? Do you think they're gonna really hammer on AI at all? I feel like they've kind of missed this
Oil
cycle.
prices extend gains. US and Brent crude up by $1 a barrel.
Siri voice update. Huge. See, that's some innovation I can get behind, Adam. Arvana, CJ? Did they stop doing that? You don't get those free garbage headphones? That's the one Apple product that I don't think I've ever understood people like thinking are comfortable. I feel like Apple's basic headphones are some of the most uncomfortable things I've ever worn. I don't get people that like go crazy over them. They just feel bad. pushing into our target here on ES finally. Took long enough. So 47, 48, pushing into our 54s. See if we can get a look above to target that 58.60, but 54s is really our first look here. Remember, why do I care about this area? Well, this is Friday's value low, right? So we want to see if we can look in and then make it supportive to push up to that 58, which is Friday's POC. So if we can do that, right, then we can get back into yesterday's Friday's balance, and then we can start moving and rotating up. But if we can't, then this is it for short term. So definitely move stops up. See what happens here. Got a buyer attempting at 51.50. Let's see if they pull liquidity as we come back down, or if we can get that look over 54s.
It's been 10 minutes time now. At the top of the hour, we see the release of the New York Fed inflation expectations. April inflation expectations from the New York Fed moved up to 3.3% from 3% previously. The 5-year ahead moved up to 2.8% from 2.6% previously.
I have one ES runner here, as I'm just waiting to see if we can get over this 48. Did I just say, sorry, 54, not 48. 48 is my average. I expect this 54 to 61, basically, to act very similar to how we interacted here at this 020 to 040 on NQ, right? Where it was our resistance, then we got our look above and it became supportive, and then we basically just filled this, right? Let two-sided trading occurred here, sustained it at the lows, and then made it supportive at the highs. So as we come up into this area, I expect a bit of two-sided trading. Again, as we kind of just show that willingness to hold Friday's balance. And if we can get back in, right, we develop that out and then push through. That would be ideal. If we can't get back over here, right, if this 54, 58 area continues to act as our seller, then that's it, right? Like if we can't accept back into Friday's balance, then sell side is showing you their hand very clearly. And I guess I'll zoom out for this so that it's just a bit more self-explanatory. We have all this huge node above us, and all of these lows were our buyers before, right? This is now, we are opening below these buyers. So what we need to watch for are sellers now actively stepping in where buyers used to be. And if the answer is yes, then why are we expecting more, right? So this will be a very important test to let us know if we can accept back into this range. If this was just a dip that is being bought, right, for a better average, or if we're going to sustain this balance low as resistance, and then we're going to continue to push down. Because when you look out, sorry, already losing my voice. We're in a channel down, right, on the overall trend from yesterday. And that's still maintaining, even at this 54, 58 area. So what needs to happen for us to be in an uptrend, to break this downtrend? Well, we need to make this supportive, right? Just like we have drawn. If we can get over this, then we can come back up to these range highs. But if this wants to sustain as sell side, then it's just a continuation down from the sell-off from Friday afternoon session. Hopefully this is visually, you can see this. It makes sense. You are on the same page with me. This is like a very fundamental thing that you guys need to grasp of like, okay, we've now done the full, quote unquote, like reversion, right? We're at the top of our channel. We are still in our selling trend. Where do I need to breach for us to become, bullish? And yeah, so that's above here. But if sellers want to continue to hold this, then we need to be ready for that and then look for that 37, right? Look for that 23, because that's what, if this becomes sell side and we can't get over, we're going to look for action that probably looks something more so like this, right? Push down. And that makes a lot of sense when you look at the channel structure, right? So this is why this was our target. Very simple, but once you start to like put it all together, it checks
5
out.
minutes time now at the top of the hour. We see the release of the New York Fed consumer inflation expectations.
Yeah, it would have been nice to fill those singles. But, honestly, leaving singles isn't terrible. We just use that as kind of like our bull pivot, right? Like you can think of that as buy side, like our buyer zone. And as long as that's kind of sustaining, then you're still okay. Yeah, yeah, exactly. NQ into our target here. ETH high and previous week POC. Again, just this 60, 64, like 5 area. Need to see the look above or expect your offer to be sitting here, at least short term. Above this, we can target previous day value high up at 85.5 on a hold above and something like this, right? Where this is able to sustain and then we're able to push and come back up.
Just keeping an eye on Nvidia as well after its 10-to-1 stock split. The first day trading today on that split. It's raised its losses. It's actually in the green on the session now, up 0.2%. They're trading at 121.10. 1 minute remaining for the New York Fed inflation expectations.
Hmm.
10 seconds.
Just really watching the Russell coming back down into this zone here.
The
New
New York Fed
PVC just
1 year
opened.
inflation expectations fell
News
to
just dropped.
3.17% from 3.26%. So the 3-year ahead inflation expectations are unchanged at 2.8%. And the May 5-year ahead inflation expectations up to 3% from 2.8%. Expectations rose that unemployment will be higher in the year as well, and perceptions of the current financial situation did overall improve for the month of May, however. Perceptions for credit access are unchanged in this May survey as well.
Would love to see the bid kind of maintain here at this 58.64 area on NQ. We're gonna get up any higher. Hmm. Do any of you guys have older dogs? If you found anything to like keep them entertained, that like dogs like that just won't play with toys anymore. The only thing that she seems to like these days is like one of those like a bone. Like she'll eat a bone and like interact with that. But that's about it. Like a bully stick, you know? Snack puzzle? Yeah, maybe. And she used to love those. I don't know. She's really picky these days. I might try that again. Might as well. I just have like a toy graveyard of all the stuff she just like refuses. She like looks at me like I'm stupid. I think, all right, man. But I'm just trying to keep you entertained here. All she wants is a walk. 24/7. She's like 10, 10 and a half, 11. She's going deaf. I'm like 90% certain. She's still very energetic. She just can't be bothered with a lot of things that she used to play with. You know, she's an old lady. I've had her since she was 0. Come on, NQ. Don't do this to us. Hold. Again, like this 64 to 58 area would just be really ideal for buy side to be able to sustain here. As long as we can do that, I still think that that previous day value high up at 85 makes a lot of sense. Just need to be able to get through these sellers. Coming back up to our offer here at 75s. If you did buy the dip at 64s, like was mentioned, this is of course first risk off just into our offer. Over 75s, I think that again, 85 seems pretty likely. Just previous day value. Yeah, definitely. A bit more aggressive. This is just like the NVIDIA high, right? That we just continue to see the seller at over and over and over again. Even like pre-split, this is kind of our pivot. Gotta be able to make this supportive.
And so US stock indexes are raising gains here, now around flat on the session looking at the S&P.
Should have said erasing losses. Hello? Good look above here. I just took off 2 on NQ. Still have my runner on ES, but just playing off of this pivot that we've created here on NQ for short-term stuff. Yeah, good job, Varg. Nicely done, nicely done. Nice. I now have one runner on NQ at 64s and one runner on ES at 48s. Just let them play for now. Taking profit off on both. Four minutes until new 15s. Can I get rid of this price but just keep the timer? Be nice. It's kind of annoying. A little intrusive. Countdown bar to close. Labels. Symbol last price label. Yeah, there we go. And then for lines, we'll put the price line on so that at least that's there. Yeah, I like that. Such a cloudy day. Hopefully it rains. Good job, Chrome. Yeah.
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $1.5 billion, and 6-month bills also $1.5 billion.
It does indeed. Later, Ty. You alright, Tom? What? What? Sorry, that may have been loud. Anyone have like a really good extra long mouse pad recommendation? Like I want keyboard and mouse, same pad, ideally. A desk mat, I guess. But I don't really my desk is 80 inches long, basically, like 78. So I don't want like the full thing, but I do want both on one pad. How like wide is it, Tom? 'Cause I have one now, but it just doesn't feel great anymore. I just bought it pretty recently, but I think I want one that's, I don't know, twice as big. Plug in, what the hell? $2 feet? I think that's probably the same length as mine. Holy link. 36? I don't know if 36 is wide enough. Thank you, Adam. 31, that's too small. I just found this 46. Maybe this 46 is good. Like this.
That's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The US sells $70 billion in 3-month bills.
Why stop at
Prior high
46?
yield 5.25% and a prior bid to cover of 2.74. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills. Prior high yield 5.155% and a prior bid to cover of 2.95.
Why are some of your links like a paragraph and some people's are like one sentence? What's going on? Oh, okay. Yeah, 47. I think that this will probably be good. The one that Tom just linked. Plus it's double-sided. That's kind of clutch. See, I asked for recommendations. I can Google search as well. I just didn't know if there was anyone in the chat who had one, you know? But I appreciate it, boys. Yeah, I think either the one that you sent, Tom, or the one that kids just sent, they're both probably good. Yeah, I think that problem with that one, Dubs, is what's that? What is 900 by 420 millimeter? Is that larger though? I don't know if that's larger. That's 35 inches. Yeah, it's about the same as the size I have right now. Upholster the surface of your desk. Pushing up into our next target here on ES. Again, 58s, need to make it supportive so we can get out of this area. And Q is still just balanced. Yeah, it's boring, but you know, sometimes you hold a runner and you chill. Here's your target, 8 to 58. Second PT here. Huge. I'm out of my ES position, now just holding my NQ runner. ES closed into 58 from 48, so for 10 points. For Pog desk mats. Rory, you've got expensive taste, man. Let's see what these are. Oh, these are pretty cheap. That's what I was looking at as I was thinking. Rory's got some See, I thought that that idea would have been so good, and then I realized that your keyboard covers it. So we like if we can create one that is wider No, sorry, not wider, taller, so that you have all of like your shortcuts or like patterns or something. Like the volume profiles would be sick above your keyboard. The full thing doesn't make any sense. I might design one and see if we can manufacture it. So like your keyboard can
At
sit below,
11:30
and then
a.m.
you have all
Eastern
of
Time, the
your
US sells
like
$70
volume profile
billion
shapes
in
above.
3-month bills.
That'd be really
Prior
cool.
high yield 5.25% and a prior bid to cover of 2.74. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills. Prior high yield 5.155% and a prior bid to cover of
Yeah.
2.95.
Maybe I wait and then just buy that if I can find someone to make it. You're gonna regret not buying that gold bar, man. What keyboard? I just have like a pretty basic like I can link it. Like $50. Amazon. I've never been on the keyboard hype train. I use my keypad quite a bit, Adrian. Can't not have one. Pushing over our previous state value high here on NQ. Love to see this become supportive. We're going to get more. I just got this one with this new place. I'm liking it so far, but um, it's my first like mechanical keyboard. It's not that I don't like them. I just don't. I think that they're kind of obnoxious. That's all. Like I've never really needed. It seems like such a first world purchase, you know?
Shortly expecting the 3 and 6-month bill auctions.
Like at no point have I been like, man, if only my input time was just a bit better, I would have done a bit better, you know? Like it just has never been a thing. Like, I'll use the base keyboard, the old Dell keyboard, and I'll still be top of the leaderboard. You know what I'm saying? Solid hold of yesterday's value high. Really nice bid off of that. ES coming up into our next target here, into our 61. If we can now make this supportive, we can start following our green path for expansion, which is amazing. See what happens. I don't know, like no hate. I just like I'm a bit sensitive to noises, so like the clackety on a mechanical is just a bit annoying a lot of the times, and it used to get picked up in my mic. Hopefully you guys don't hear it too much on my new setup. But so just to like I know we're kind of just chatting, but that's because we got in at the low and are just kind of holding now. But we want to see the ability to build here on ES. If we can, we should be able to push up into the 70-75. That's nothing's shifted. If we can get back in, which is what we're doing, right? We want to see the ability to sustain at yesterday's POC. I'm gonna make this full size just for
3-month
the
bill high yield 5.25%, 5.25%. Bid to cover ratio 2.75, 2.75. The US sells
let this guy talk. You see how today's value
$71 billion
high,
in
this
3-month
line
bills
here,
and awards
is
84.48%
yesterday's or
of bids at
Friday's
high. And
value
6-month
low.
bill high yield 5.165%, 5.165%. Bid to cover ratio 3.09, 3.09.
Do we all
The
see
US
that?
sells $71 billion in 6-month bills and awards 23.31% of bids at high.
You see how we've recovered yesterday's, sorry, yesterday, I'm gonna keep saying that, Friday's session low in our value low here, and now we can rotate this range. So what we're looking for here is to now hold Friday's POC as supportive, right? If we can do that, we can start to build, and then we can push up into Friday's value high off of the recovery. That is what's important to understand. This build outside of our value on today's session and back inside Friday's value gives us our PT1 into our 58s to our 60s, right? 61, sorry. And then if we can build here, we can then rotate through this value and come up back up into our value high for our next target. Because now we have entered back inside this value area. So that's just all I'm looking at here. So being able to sustain here would be ideal for continuation up. I'm gonna just kind of shift this zone. I'd love to be able to see kind of our bid be able to sustain here now that we've been able to push through. Might need to adjust this a little bit after I check footprint, but I just wanted that to structurally why these levels made sense and what we were looking for validation. RTY coming back up into value high. And our ADR. See if we can breach, need over that 30.2. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, Tom. I don't know. I kind of like bulkier keyboards, but I have like larger hands, so I think that it just makes it feels better. And I find that like a lot of mechanical keyboards are just a little too small. But it's also just because I'm used to it, right? I'm sure I'll get used to the smaller one. But I've been typing on like a larger keyboard for so long that things just feel a bit off. Oh, really? Mike is like actually in front of my face. Is that better? Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Test, test, test. Good? Good? Okay. Mouse and keyboard for 30 bucks is a crazy deal. Yeah, I mean, that looks like a really nice deal. Damn. Yeah, those people. I don't know, kids. I don't know how you ever learn how to use one of those effectively. Why did you switch to that? Like, honest question, not a roast. Like, what made you like think like that? Yeah, this is it. He wants to be special. Mm. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. You're pretty particular. Makes sense. I'd love to see us be able to bid now at our previous day value high. Right, we're looking for buyers to be able to sustain this LVN. While ES is building. Are we doing all right today, guys? Like, do you need anything more? I'm not seeing any questions, so I'm assuming that everything's good and we're making money. All right, cool. That's your like loungy chair, right, Tom? Yeah, damn. How did it break? Just like the back support? Yeah, it's always the
Germany
back.
Chancellor Scholz says EU election result was bad for all of Germany's government's coalition parties.
You got the backup ready to go? Oh, did you buy a second for your upstairs office? That would make sense. I know you had to move like partially upstairs for your kids. See, that's what we need to do, Surf. Forget the tier lists. We need to drop a type racer in chat and see all of these if expensive keyboards are getting you anywhere. I'll pull out my old like $20 boy. See if anyone can type faster than me. If Rory has higher words per minute than 30, I will be very surprised by how long it takes him to respond to a message. Do you see what I mean? Look. Retesting our highs here on NQ. Russell still just holding and maintaining our value high. No change there. ES retesting highs, just developing out this flag at our overnight. I think we can just sustain here for a bit longer, build this out. I mean, I'd love to see a new high that actually holds, but I'm not expecting it as of right now. Just kind of expecting us to build here for a bit until we can see the Russell showing a bit more willingness, or for NQ to sustain here. Yeah. That's about what I thought it would be on a day like today. I don't know why it's cutting off. So weird. It's like actually in front of my face. No, I appreciate you telling me. I mean, it like basically is. I don't.
And more commentary from Germany's Chancellor Scholz says the
Like,
EU
it's
election win for the far-right
literally,
parties is worrying. One should not get used to it, he adds.
it's right there. Oh, you know what? It may have reset the auto. Let me check. So everything got reset when I plugged this thing in again. NQ coming back down into our previous day value. Just watching. Seeing if we can sustain here. Things still look fine, but they're getting a little, right, again, like I wasn't expecting breakout yet. We just need to balance up here for a bit. Just watch our reactions at these lows. Let's see if that helps at all. I just turned off auto gain control, but kept crisp on. All right. How about now? Is that better? All right, cool. Yeah, ocean would be nice. For now though, I've got Lake Erie in the background. But that comes with the benefit of never having to experience a hurricane, you know? So I still get water, but don't have to worry about my life or worry for my life once a year. It's a good trade-off. I would die. Probably like one third of that down. I'd be dead. Man, going to school out in Georgia was so rough because it was a open container there. Like you could just walk out of a bar with a glass and like walk down the street. So like Mardi Gras time, and like St. Patty's, just like every cup, every like bar would have a plastic cup, and you'd be able to just like go from bar to bar with your previous drink. What is going on with my mic today, man? How do I fix this? How do I fix it? All right, I'm gonna turn off crisp and try to go like this. Test, test. Is that better? Sorry about this. Is this way louder? Surely this is better. I've turned off all automation. Are they trolling me, Singe? Are you listening to me on YouTube or on Discord, though? Is it fine on YouTube, CJ? I doubt there's any problems there. I'm thinking it's a Discord issue. Yeah, okay. But yeah, back to what I was saying. Like in Savannah, Georgia, like it's open container, so it's like a huge like party town. And they had these like basically like like the big gulp cup from like the gas station, that but an icy with like moonshine, and you could get like these huge like big gulp ices with moonshine in them and walk the town. Like it was just that's like probably like the closest experience I have to a drink that looks like that. Ugh. Yeah, they're rough, but when you're in college, it's like a one and done. Crom Viatek. They're just like mid-range ultra wide monitors that are like pretty nice quality, good color. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it is a Discord issue. I don't know what to do about that. I'm gonna mute YouTube and then we'll try doing some tests. We hit PT on NQ up into our ADR high off the levels indicator. Previous week low on the Russell. Halfway through our range on ES. We're trying to now sustain our previous high as supportive, right? We want to see buy side really willing to bid off of this and push up. Again, what I think is going to really help us here is if the Russell can now hold outside of value and build here at our resistance and make it supportive. If we can do this, then we have both RTY and NQ breaking out, right? That'd be ideal. For NQ, we're looking for bids to kind of be able to sustain this 98, really. I mean, we really want to see any looks back down into this kind of get bought, or full rotation of this makes a lot of sense. So let's see if a bid can step in here, if the Russell can hold value high, or if we're just going to have to rotate this fully. Looking for this dip now to get bought on NQ. We've got a buyer who's actively bidding around 85, 89, but if we go any lower than that, then we're going to have a much steeper retrace, I think. Right, we just want to see this previous day value high continue to hold as ES and RTY try to push. $50 until new 15s. See if the bid can happen here on ES into our overnight high. Russell, sorry, now NQ has done the full range retrace back into our buy zone. See if we can hold in this LVN as the Russell attempts to hold our previous seller as supportive. Just a bit of volatility into the close of the candle. Ooh, nice. Looks good.
ECB's Lagarde says interest rates are not necessarily on a linear declining path. There might be periods when we hold newspaper interviews, and it's possible the ECB will hold rates for longer than a single meeting. Time-dependent guidance on rates is not helpful. And Lagarde says, I'm keen to see the evolution of labor costs and corporate profits.
Who even are those Minecraft characters? Like, there's like random skins. So confused. Like, what does that have to do with Minecraft other than like them being blocky?
The Nasdaq moves higher, last up 0.2%.
Yeah, would have been cool. What are mine coins? Oh, that must be new since Microsoft took over. You buy mods? Yikes. Looks like we're holding the halfway back. Sellers still kind of in control here short term off that high. Just need to be able to build and sustain here if we're going to continue. I'm a bit worried about this NQ lower high, seeing as we were unable to get through this aggressive seller who pushed us down at 100s. We need to get back over that 100 and make it supportive. Or we're going to continue just seeing like these dips. You've got a lot of resting liquidity up at 100 as well as that imbalance. I don't think there's any problem with buying add-ons, but there's just so many free ones. I don't know if they've changed how it works, but like if you're on Java, like there's a million mods just through a spigot. Oh, okay, yeah, exactly. That's why. So he's probably on like Bedrock, which is their custom. Testing our 100s again. See if we can get through. Okay, see, now that you post that image, Boris, that makes a bit more sense because of all of the animals. So they can do skins for all of them. Like you could probably do one for like Transformers as well. That would work well, like decently for Arc. Great job, Chrome. I'm debating if I leave this runner and then go let my dog out, or if I just close here. Hmm. She clearly needs to go out. was hoping that I could do it when Mario gets on in 30. This Russell weakness is really hurting us. Looks like it needs to come back down to POC before we get anything more. Yeah, I should be around for class today. Nice job, Boris. This is Russell into POC. Let's see if we get our buy side reaction that we need. Because we didn't get the build above value and we held value, we have returned back to POC, right? From the failure to break over value high. So this is where we're now watching to see if buy side is willing to hold us. Really need to see a willingness to kind of push off of this. If this becomes our resistance, then we have the potential to fully rotate through our range. So seeing buyers present here at our anchored VWAP and our POC, incredibly important if we're going to sustain this action. Have a good rest of your day, Cass. Nice. What a good day. '87s. I mean, I think anything playing in this blue zone at all is fine, as long as we're seeing ES and RTY supporting it. I think it's a bit weak here right now, with the Russell not showing if it wants to pop yet. If we can get over this ETH high here, I think that there's probably potential for more upside. But just understand that like we have a seller at 100s, right? So you have basically like a 13 to 20 point range on NQ right now, with this seller here at 100. Just need to see a breach over this guy. And then it just kind of looks range bound to me. So if you're fine playing the range, yeah, like there's no issue with it. But like if we fail here again, then all of a sudden this is just a lower high and sell side's in control, and then we can start to like target something like this for a push down. Right, so like if you look at Patty, we have this line. It's our anchored VWAP here. That's just showing where buyers are kind of averaging. We're just looking for bids to continue to step in and push up. What we know right now is that there's a buyer who's willing to attempt here. This is value, and that there's a seller here at 100s. So this is our current range. We need to see a breach of that. So yeah, there's no problem playing it. Can I guarantee you that we hold on the next attempt? No. But I can, with certainty, say that that is where buyers are currently showing value, you know? I'm muted on YouTube? What? No, I'm not. Wait, there's no way, Cass. I see my mic moving. Everyone has a different issue with my audio today. Ugh. All right. Scaring me. Exactly. Right. So we're just trading within Friday's balance, right? Like that's literally it. And you can even see that on the Russell, right? Previous day POC is our resistance. Previous day value low is our current support. We're rotating that. Same thing with ES. We are just within value here. With the Russell weakness, you just have to be very careful on these dips until we see the Russell find support. Just because we don't have overall strength, right? So like when we're thinking about when the market's going up, we want everything to be moving together or at our pivot for that individual instrument, and we want to be able to see a bit of relief. So like if the Russell or NQ are just chopping in a range, right, we want to see that come down to the lows and then find that buyer at the same time, ideally as like ES and RTY are also doing that. We can see like very, very clearly we have two levels on NQ, right? Two levels. As long as we're maintaining these, this is the current range that's being given. It's as simple as that. Same thing for ES. We have two levels. We're looking for dips to be bought into this. We're looking for our seller to push up into that. We're just playing off of the hold of Friday's POC here, and we're looking for that to be able to be sustained. And we expect chop, right? And this is where our sellers were very aggressive on the day before. If Russell can hold on POC like it is as currently and holding our anchored view up, then we're still just in our trend. It's the easiest way for you to kind of like be when you're going through your checklist of like, okay, what do I need to see to go long? Well, like are ES, RTY, and NQ all holding their AV-WAP for the period? If so, this is where I want to be looking for buyers to be present. Right? Very simple, just trend continuation nonsense. But it's something that can really help you to be like, oh, okay, so if I'm short, I should be looking to risk off in this area. If I'm looking for a long, I should be looking for bids to sustain here in a higher low. And with like that kind of system in place, you're going to cut a lot of your bad trades out and then have like a level in the sand of where you kind of want things to hold. So for this new 15 that just opened, we're looking for bids to be able to kind of maintain at this 95 100 area on NQ. Any dip here where our previous seller just was, we want to see this now kind of maintain as supportive. For ES, we're looking at any dips to be bought into 63. And for the Russell, there's nothing really here. We need to get a look over our overnight high here for continuation. What are you looking at? 75, 72. Yep, that's the zone I have as well, Aram. That is my target. Yeah, it'll be good. Again, I really want you guys to focus on the chart that I posted earlier that I walked through. Like this is really, I think, probably all you need, right? Is like, are we maintaining that 58 as supportive? Okay, well then we can probably look into that 75. Right? Like nothing has shifted there. And that's just that blue zone. ETH high in our 58s. Because if as soon as we recover that, that's POC from Friday. So like if we're now building and sustaining above POC, like we have a very high chance of going up into that value high area and just doing the full balance. Because we're seeing buyers sustain at the middle of the range, right? So if they're willing to buy in the middle, then we need to think that seller value has shifted back up to the high, because we would not be able to push if it had not, right? Or like sellers would have just maintained at the mid and we would have been stuck there at the low of the range, low to mid, right? But now we're doing mid to high. Just like those like very simple concepts are like paramount for you to be able to stay in a play and understand when you have the chance for continuation. Are we maintaining the lower end of our distribution or the higher end? And as of right now, we're in the higher end, right? From that, I can just post this again in here for those that are on YouTube. This is what I posted in the morning. This is our pivot that we're currently trading at. So 58s, if we're able to push and hold above, we'll look for that push into our 70s, 75s. And if we can build above that 70, 75, then we should be able to look into our 90s. If we push back below 58s, right, then we're going to rotate through that range back down into our 48 and our 37. We are just in the same range that we were trading in last week. I feel like my profile might be a bit too dark on this one. You can barely see it. There we go. Oh wow, they're all down on the day flex. That's crazy. Man, I've been thinking about upgrading my monitors, but I just don't need to. That's the issue. It's like I'm fine with what I have. It's so hard to justify. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they look so nice. See if NQ can hold this 12. If they'll look above. Oh no. Unlucky. Is it completely dead? Oh, okay. Damn. Wolves were unable to hold back down to our previous bid, filling this imbalance on NQ. Kind of just have to wait this out, as lame as that is, but we're just slow grinding up. NQ still failing to breach over ADR. We don't see our buyer hold here into this 105. We're just coming back down to that 95, 100 area on NQ. We're watching this node. For any dips to be bought. Yeah, monitors are, unless you're going like ultra high grade, like you can get monitors pretty cheap these days. Like my secondary monitors are just like Asus 27 inches. I mean, they do the job, right? Which is like charts and Discord, you know, things that aren't uh really like needing a lot, and then I just like spend on my main monitor. And even that's like pretty relatively cheap. I think I got it for like 400 bucks. And that's a 38-inch ultra wide 2K. Like and that was years ago. I'm sure now it's probably like 200 bucks, 300 maybe max. Yeah, like 128 it is really reasonable for a monitor. Watching to see how our bid affects if they step in here into our node. Again, we want to see NQ bid here, or we're going to get like a full range rotation from the failure to break. See if buyers are willing to step in here at this 95, 100. Just retesting our previous buyer. Yeah, monitors really aren't expensive unless you're going for like 4K or like 2K. But even like 2K these days is like relatively affordable. Just don't go for like the big brands because they attach like $100 surcharge on it just because they have brand recognition. I think 2Ks are the perfect, that's like the Goldilocks zone for monitors with GPU usage. Yeah, 2Ks are perfect. You don't need 4K resolution. Get out of here. Like maybe on your main if you really want it, but it's just such a hog for no reason. With 2Ks, you can afford to get all of your secondary monitors as 2Ks as well. And then your resolution is the same across the board, and it looks really clean switching applications over without any like resizing issues. Yeah. I honestly don't like how sharp 4Ks are. I don't like the look. Everything looks like a soap opera. Just if you're The one thing that if you're getting multiple curved monitors, you need to be very careful about the point of view in which you can view them. Because if you have multiple and it's not centered, like curved monitors are supposed to be your dead center of your face. So when you get multiple and you get that like extra curved, you can get some like skewing that can be pretty unpleasant. So you always kind of want to keep everything like very centered with curved. Yeah. Good hold so far. Need to see a push over this 107 on NQ from our hold of our 95 100. Russell still stagnant, just at the highs. Yes, trying to maintain, but no real actionable movement yet on that one. Again, offer kind of holding this 107. So if you are playing off of this 95 100, this of course is your first target, and then we have to battle with the seller. It's just this 107 to 112 is kind of where your offer is sitting here. Yeah, that's the way to go, I think. You want them all the same. It just looks so much better with the bevel all nice and even. Hodgepodge monitors just feel bad. Into our 107 offer.
Oil prices extending gains with US
Oof,
crude up
so
by
loud.
$2 a barrel now.
See you in a bit. As soon as Mario hops on again, I'm gonna go take my dog out. She's begging. Then I will be back. Let me redo this just so it's the same as what I'm saying out loud. This is what we need to currently breach through and make supportive. 107, 112. Where our current offer is sitting. Yeah, there are quite a few. My type, though, in the sense of personality, probably not. I'm particular. I don't know if I'd say picky. Yeah, maybe. Well, I'm into people who have similar tastes as me, so I guess. I don't think I'd consider myself emo or goth, but cultured is probably the word I'd go with. Another buy off of our zone, no change. Seller still at this 107, 112. Very small scalpable range though, just trading this node, waiting on ES and the Russell to break. I think it's just a failure up at our offer again and then them pushing us back down. I don't know if buy side doesn't hold again on another attempt, then I expect a new low off of this range. Yeah. I mean, it's very clear where these two players are, which is why I've been able to point it out. But I definitely think that we'll probably come down into like this 89.50 area on next test if we aren't able to get over. So hopefully we can. It's getting a bit heavy up here on the shorter time frame. You have basically just like absorption in this like 107 to 120 area that might need to we might need to come back down a bit further, back down to our basing, down into that 80s if we can't get out of here relatively soon. So hopefully that happens now. Top of our range here again on NQ. ES holding our rebid reversal line. Russell no change. I had that in an old apartment that I lived in. We bought like a little like grass pad. It was the worst idea I've ever had. Like it was nice in theory, but then it just like made the balcony unusable. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. See, that's what I'm thinking about like the dog thing that we have here as well. It's like I have to like wash her feet every time because as soon as she steps on that, like it's probably so saturated actually. Luckily it rained yesterday, but I can see that becoming an issue. Come on. The wettest summer. Ugh. Time to stay in and hone the trading. All that rain, you know? Maybe it's a plus. No distractions. Yeah. Imbalance is holding. You know, there's just like someone really willing to take in anything that's over this 107. I think we have to wait for the Russell to retest up into value before we decide if this is going to be a bear flag for a continuation down with sellers holding, or if the Russell can kind of help us, right? Because if we do something like this and then we see weakness, then you can have this basically just be sell side absorption, and then you get your push down. So watching RTY here as we retest the highs. RTY value high test here into target. Now we see if sell side is willing to actively step in again, or if we can get the pop over and hold. Our 107 sellers still just holding us here. We need a bit of acceleration above if this is going to do anything of value. Testing into our 12s, see if the offer holds at this high. It's your imbalance fill. There's our look into it. I'm out 2 here. All right, I'm leaving a runner. She actually has to go out. It's past 12:30, so I'm gonna mute and go take her out. Let's see if we can break the range, but Mario should be on in a few minutes, if anything. I will be back.
Hello, everybody. I live? Do you think I wasn't alive? I didn't make it out? Lost in the sauce.
The Fed bids for 3-year notes total $1.9 billion.
That's true. Might have broke my leg or something. You'll never know. How did everyone's morning go? I'm gonna assume pretty good. It's one of those just by days. Or it has been so far, I should say, huh? Any GameStop buyers down here? You guys loading up?
In 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell, the US due to sell $58 billion in a 3-year note sale. The prior bid to cover was 2.63, and the prior high yield was
Rory?
4.605%.
Up dubs.
So trade supply kicking off this week with that $58 billion 3-year note sale. So risk events stand to weigh on demand for this week's auction, with PPI due Thursday and the Fed's decision and CPI on Wednesday. Around $15 billion of new corporate issuance is also expected this week, likely front-loaded before the risk events. Just noting as well the latest CFTC positioning data that shows that speculators were net short 1.6 million 5-year note futures, the most on record and a possible source of covering demand.
Do anything fun over the weekend, dubs? I did nothing. Little underlying check-in here. Obviously, as indices are kind of rotating this upper auction, we have Microsoft down into value low, Apple POC, which is basically 2 auctions on the day for Apple, so testing back down into the lower, new low Tesla, and then Nvidia pushing highs here on the day. Really mixed bag. This Apple Microsoft kind of like into potential support. It's interesting, especially with this index position. If those lose, some weakness here. Just node oscillations is what I'd be looking for.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, US is due to sell $58 billion in 3-year notes, the first of the longer maturity issuings this week. So the prior bid to cover was 2.63, and the prior high yield was 4.605%.
Russell top of range. Apple was responsive off POC. Back to VWAP. Sub Kowalski.
Oil prices extend gains, Brent crude up by $2 a barrel. So we're shortly expecting the results of this 3-year note sale now. The Treasury's pre-sale when issued yield comes out at the top of the hour. The auction results follow a couple of minutes after this. Treasury when issued 3-year yield of 4.648% ahead of this $58 billion sale. So again, the when issued yield 4.648%.
I was planning on it for next week, Bruce. I'm guessing Sig mentioned something about that in the morning then.
Yo, what's up?
Hello.
It's already cringe.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
It's already cringe. The market is reacting accordingly.
Spot 43 high yield 4.659%, 4.659%. The US sells $58 billion in 3-year notes and awards 53.41% of bids at high.
Yeah, 195 half still bidding on Apple.
Who gets more views, Roaring Kitty or the Apple Live event?
It's all they're so far Roaring Kitty, huh?
Yeah. Total streams last time I checked was at like 1.5 mil for a Roaring Kitty from that stream. When it was actually live, I think there was a concurrent of like 700K. See if we can get back over 100s here. We've got this LVN now to deal with, which is our previous support, right, that we were playing off of the bid. Now we need to see if it goes offer here. Yes, still holding our value high, and NQ holding yesterday's value high, or Friday's. Watching Russell into POC for the reaction, just like last time. New season of Silo. So we got that look down into 80s that I was talking about. Sadly, I was just getting back, but that was what we were talking about right before I left. That deeper pullback. for that fresh liquidity. Now we have to battle with this 107, 112 area again. See if we can get over. But I think that if we can, that it will be fine for continuation off of that dip. This is a big enough, like, node dip. We might have been able to get some new buyers in. What was that last one with Brad Pitt and
George Clooney, I don't know.
Wolves? They're always very good together. What if? Huge. Okay.
The lady was so happy to see her picture.
This is so weird. The Apple keynote. I'll link it again. What
Gets
the
bigger.
what
Holy
the
cow.
hell? Oh, jeez, she's got the
Wow.
IMAX.
Alright, I'm in.
The heck?
Why? What's the 2 hours? You just get like motion sickness or something, Surf? Oh. Perfect. Ah, yes, train support. I'm glad, you know, you need train support. I'm sure you can play solitaire on it, Surf.
Yu-Gi-Oh needs to come out with an app where you're like in the arena and you summon like your monsters and you're battling someone from across and they're like a big, like your cards come to life. You know what I mean? That's what the people want. Yeah. Back down to the bottom of our range on NQ. See if we can still bid up this 80-75 area. Russell lower high though. Still rejecting off of value high. No change there. See if the bid can step in. Oh, my stop is still on my dom. Let me remove that. Wow. What do they do with Blackman? That's pretty sweet, actually.
Another edge test here for ESNQ. These primary upper nodes. Microsoft came up to VWAP, back down value low. Apple selling again. It's just still within this upper auction. No NVIDIA movement here.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
They don't even have it in the UK. What?
Need the train support.
I wonder if it's because of that lawsuit. They had to get their apps in order. Oh my god, this guy again. You missed it. They jumped out of a plane. So he just got down on the ground. Solid hold of our 80s so far. New 15s are open. Just need to see if we can
73
still bid
counterparties
here. If
take
we're going to need a further retrace.
$416.481 billion at the Fed Reverse Repo operation.
I don't know if I like this level anymore. This is fine if we can sustain here, but I don't really see a ton until we get back down into like 60s if this doesn't hold, and then below that it's like 40s again. Need to see this bid really be able to maintain here 73.80.
Well, they're finally releasing stuff that like Android phones could do in 2016.
Yeah. This is Russell coming back down into POC, watching for a reaction. Want to see bid step in here again. Yes, into our 58.
Man has said controls more times in 2 sentences than I think I have in the last like month, year maybe.
Need to get over 85s here, guys, so this will be your first risk off if you are playing off of this low. Russell, again, needs to get back over our overnight high off of the hold of our POC. 58s did hold and bid, but we need to get back over value here, which is our overnight high at 60s. I'm out 1. I have 1 left. Yeah, actually. LiDAR dryer. Hello? Why does that exist? Why do I need laser scanning on my hair dryer?
Make sure it's perfect every day.
What? What? It's true, I haven't. Another hold on RTY from POC before the shift, and our AV WAP from period value back up to our top of range here. See if the Russell can break out. We've got ES finally over our overnight high again off the hold of our 58 pivot. We're now looking for this to be supportive. See if we get this pop. NQ is still pretty sideways, but trying to maintain at a previous day value high here at 85s. Watching Russell reaction and back into the top of range. Surely we can break. How did that not exist before? You guys weren't able to make categories in the mail app before? That's cool.
I wish I had a printed cash. That'd be nice. Lower low here in Q. Yeah, still seeing some absorption in this 58.
These are just
Are you-
Android features. What
I
is
know.
this?
Literally everything that they've like said so far, I've had access to since like literally 2015.
It's so funny.
Remember, Android is the inferior OS.
Uh,
Don't be confused here, guys. I've never owned an iPhone.
Whoever the hand model was there should be a surgeon. How steady that hand is. Okay. Oh, Google Photos.
Yeah, they have Samsung Gallery now. That's cool. Very nice.
I think if we don't see this bid hold this like 60-65, that we're probably pushing down into 40s. Just an FYI, guys. I'm most likely not trading this with the Apple event going. If we get into 40s, I'll probably attempt. I'll let you know. But this 60 is a lot of volume was traded here. Kind of like your last chance for buyers to step in and push us back over 75-80 if we're going to hold from 60. This is Russell into POC off of another failure at the high. Yeah, there it is.
crystal clear, no matter your environment, we're bringing voice isolation to AirPods Pro. Powered by advanced computational audio, voice isolation removes the background noise around you to deliver the best call quality.
Pushing into our 7580 that I was just talking about from the hold of 60s. You have to watch for your offer here as we push into 75. Again, I'm not taking this rotation, but it made sense. But we do need to get back over the 7580, or do expect sell side to just be present here for the lower high.
To level up this experience, we're expanding personalized spatial audio to include gaming so that you'll be in the middle of the action like never before.
Yes, retesting value highs, resistance.
Developers can easily deliver the most immersive listening experience. And we're excited to announce that Need for Speed Mobile by Tencent Games and EA will be one of the first titles with personalized spatial audio coming this fall. Now, let's turn to home and tvOS. This year, we're introducing some updates that make watching TV even more enjoyable. First, let's talk about those moments when we've all wondered, where have I seen this actor before? Or, hey, what's that song? For these times, we have a new feature we're bringing to Apple TV+. It's called Insight. When you're watching an Apple original,
Oh, Prime has this.
swipe down on the remote, and Insight will show the actors and their character names in real time.
Yeah. So theirs is sometimes I never use it.
See the track?
I feel like it's sometimes annoying because they give you so much information.
Insight will also be available when using iPhone as your remote. Perfect for when you're watching.
I haven't used it in a really long time, but I remember it being nice.
It's just like even like I guess my gripes are because I have like an old Roku and like it'll be slow.
Okay.
So when I like try to like I'll press like the up button to like go to pause and then it like brings up the screen with like all this information. So that but it's not a product problem, it's a Mario problem.
Wait, enhance audio? Does that just like up the gain?
We're also making subtitles more convenient. With many of us turning to subtitles more often, they'll now appear at just the right times. Like when you mute the volume or when you skip back.
For the purpose of my insurance claim, I'd like you to make sure the car is totaled.
Yeah, probably good. I think we got you covered.
Now, let's talk visuals.
That's cool.
Apple TV has always delivered a theater-like experience to the home. And this year, we're adding to the experience with support for 21:9 projectors. With 21:9, you'll be able to view widescreen movies exactly as the directors intended. And in between movies, you can enjoy amazing and visually interesting screensavers on Apple TV. We're making it even easier to choose what plays, including a brand new portraits category with stunning color effects and image segmentation, framing your photos like art in a gallery. Or switch to TV and movies and enjoy moments.
Apple investors did not like that.
We're also adding one more really cool screensaver as Snoopy and Woodstock take over the screen. Whenever your Apple TV becomes idle, Snoopy springs to life with delightful animations. We're thrilled to bring everyone's favorite beagle to your living room. So that's audio and home, bringing you more convenient ways to interact with AirPods, new entertainment experiences with Apple TV. And there's more, like a redesigned Apple Fitness Plus experience that's perfect for the big screen. Next, here's David to tell you about watchOS.
My Apple Watch always motivates me to stay active, and this year will be no different. watchOS 11 introduces more great features to not only keep you active, but also healthy and connected. To help you stay active, let's first take a look at an exciting new feature that can transform the way you work out. Whether you're training for something like your first 5K or your fastest marathon, in watchOS 11 we're introducing Training Load, an insightful way to measure how the intensity and duration of your workouts are impacting your body over time. To track intensity, we designed a new way to rate your workouts. Using calorimetry data like heart rate, pace, and elevation, plus your personal data like age and weight, a powerful new algorithm automatically translates our sensor data into an estimate of your effort
Only went up to 9 though. Did you guys notice that?
Watch your overnight high now to act as offer on NQ. Still holding 58s on ES. We're now watching to see if this now holds this LVN as resistance here, or that one last leg down into 40s.
Understanding how your body responds and recovers from exercise and other aspects of your life is an important part of your overall health. Because Apple Watch can track key vitals while you sleep, like heart rate, respiratory rate, and wrist temperature, it can give you a deeper understanding of your body and help you identify when something might be off. So with watchOS 11, these metrics are the foundation of the insightful new Vitals app, where you can check in on your daily health status and explore your most important health metrics with just a glance. You can also see how your metrics relate to your typical range, which is determined from your own historical information and an algorithm developed using real-world data from the Apple Heart Movement Study. For additional insights, your metrics will be highlighted when they're outside of your typical range, with details on what's changed over the last week. And when multiple metrics are out of range, you'll be notified with a tailored message to help you understand how these changes
You like wake up to like it vibrates or what?
alcohol, elevation changes, or even illness. And that's the Vitals app, a new way
Interesting.
to help you
Wonder if that would wake
track
me up.
metrics, receive alerts when it's time to pay more attention to your body, and gain better.
I feel like it would take once you got used to it, it would.
Now, let's talk about
I noticed that a lot. Where like I'll wake up to my alarm, but if the alarm sound is different, my body just ignores it.
Yeah.
The Health app will display your pregnancy across all charts and prompt you to review things like your high heart rate notification threshold, since heart rate often increases during pregnancy. Those are some of the advances in health. And now, back to David to tell you what's coming to keep you connected.
Yeah, I have an app like that, Sauce, that like tracks my sleep, but it's like in my alarm clock app. But I've never had like a smartwatch before. No.
I have one, but I don't use it.
I just never really understood. I mean, I guess if you're like a runner, it makes sense. But other than that, I've never really understood what I would be using it for.
Pretty much just sleep.
Yeah. Like that's cool. That is like a real life function, but I mean, you could do the same thing with just your phone, you know. Like when I look at my wrist, or would I just want to pull out my phone actually?
Yeah.
Russell broke. This is a big deal if we can hold up here. 58 still holding on ES, no change in our pivots. But this RTY move could really help us if we can get back over the 65 on NQ. And Russell can maintain overvalue. So far, just like sticking in our LVN here on NQ is our resistance, right? But we do need to see either a new low or a push over 65s in bid with this Russell move. I'm not sure as of yet. But this looks promising, actually. See if we can get the look over. 2 minutes left on this 15-minute candle.
Europe is in talks to keep Russia-Ukraine gas pipeline flowing.
Looking good so far.
It's like has to clear the
Yeah.
75 this time, I feel like.
Yes.
And yes, like through POC here.
Just watch the, I think 65 bid first as Russell retests value, and then we look. Push. I want us over 80 if we're going to do it without having to retest. You just got one of those. That's a classic. I've got a my uncle's deaf, so like he has his alarm system is like a vibration and like lights.
Interesting.
Bit intrusive if you aren't deaf. Losing a bit of steam here. You need to see this now kind of bid like this across the board. If we're gonna get any dips, they need to be bought from that. Let's get this look over 80s and get back over previous day value high. 58's hold was super clutch for ES. Smart light bulb. Oh, okay. So just like your lights in your room are connected to Bluetooth. That's cool. Huge move. Love that. I only have one contract on. This sucks. I'm out here. I'll play it again if we get continuation, but exiting into our value high on ES and previous week value low on RTY. This 96 to 100 above on NQ is where we saw our seller step in last time. See if we can get a hold of our previous day value high now at 85s. Hold this edge. Huge calculator on iPad, guys.
What are you gonna do? Walk around with a calculator in your pocket your entire life?
How did it not have a calculator? Well, welcome, Tatum.
Okay.
Like, why are we not? Why is this not just like Wolfram Alpha on is like the standard these days?
True.
Like you should be able to ask it a question and put the problem in and get the breakdown. Like it should just be that now. There's no reason not. So far, really solid hold of our previous day value at 85s. Getting our pop into our next target here into 100s. Good secondary risk off if you entered. And we're pushing up into our resistance here at 107, 112, just as before. Same thing for ES, 370s, sorry.
Yeah, no, just new hive day. Back into our sell zone on ES, that was all. You beat me to it.
Previous week value low. Again, this is our target for the Russell. Above this, we have previous day value high at 37.6. But this is just back to the top of our range from earlier before the Apple event started. Over 75s, just like I have in intraday ideas, I think we can get some movement, but I expect this is going fast, so I don't know how long this is going to hold, but if 75s can bid, there'll probably be another way to get back in this if we can see any sort of bid off of 75 on a look above, and then I'm looking up at like 90. But until then, this is just back to the top of range. Momentum probably continues as long as the Russell has movement, as that caused this break. The ability for the Russell to keep going and get out of that range was really good for us.
I really butchered this move.
See what I captured, but
I thought I had 2 on, but I actually got stopped on the first entry at break even.
uh,
I was just head empty about it, and then
nice job, Dubs. Ah, was bad. Here, actually, that's probably a better way to visualize.
I've been trying to do it like where I just take the, like really crop it down to just the.
Yeah. Oh.
And Q back into this like POC zone.
I would have loved that. School. Yeah, right. Like I did as well. I just played the break as soon as Russell got momentum, right? And then I exited, and then when we saw the hold of the flag that I drew, then just adding back in for the momentum continuation. What the hell is going on? What? What did I just watch?
He's just doing some aerobics.
This guy. See if we can hold value high here on ES off of the rejection of our 70s. Again, Russell lost momentum, so this is what I was talking about. Loss of momentum on RTY is going to just lead to a flagging again. Need to see Russell find a bottom. Ideally here would be cool at our monthly value low at 23.7. But if not, then we might need to come back down to our value edge if we can't find a buyer here. See if ES can hold value. Start to do something like this for a pop. Same thing for the Russell here. Something like this. If it's going to hold the higher low. No change on NQ, still holding our structure.
Easily plan a hike in maps. These new features are terrific on the Mac, and macOS Sequoia introduces even more features to help you effortlessly get things done. Let's start with continuity. Continuity helps you do so much more when you use Apple products together. It powers some of your favorite features, like Universal Clipboard, Universal Control, and Mac Virtual Display on Apple Vision Pro. And macOS Sequoia makes continuity even more magical. For all those times when we want to use our iPhone only to realize it's tucked away in a bag over in another room, there's a brand new continuity feature called iPhone Mirroring. With iPhone Mirroring on Mac, I can see what's on my iPhone and can control it too, all while barely lifting a finger. Let me show you how it works. To access my phone, I just click here in my dock. Boom. And there's my iPhone, mirrored in a window right on my Mac. I can fully interact with it, all wirelessly. I can see my custom wallpaper. My icons are right where they belong. And I can use my phone normally, like swiping through pages of my home screen. And I can open any of my iPhone apps, like the Phil's Coffee app for a bit of extra energy for my favorite local coffee shop. I can use my Mac trackpad to interact with the app. And I can use my Mac keyboard too, like to add special instructions. Let's make this ice cold. To make this even more magical, we're bringing iPhone notifications to Mac. They appear alongside my Mac notifications, and I can even interact with
At the 70 buy?
Here's one from Duolingo.
Well, I was looking for a breach over 65s. And if we look at where this, let's see if I can do this.
As you can hear, my iPhone's audio even comes through my Mac.
That was our where we started to gain momentum on the Russell, and we started to break. That's when I got excited. I'm just pointing at RTY so that you can see what that looked like on NQ. That was where we saw the basing at 58s continue to hold, and then I saw the Russell actually be able to pop and get some size going, and that just was what I was watching for. That was it. Because either sellers were going to maintain off of this 60-65 here. That's what I was looking for, downside into our 40s, which is where I really wanted us to go. But on the breach of 65s and then the push in, it just made sense that over 65 that we were going to come up into this 80. That's all I was watching for. It's just with this LVN fill. But with the Russell momentum, with the higher low, and then the ability to build, like, that's as soon as we gained momentum again on both, it just made sense for a push, at least to try. They have a really easy yeah, well, like the 58 is like the key level on my chart for today that I put in intradays we were talking about. Like that's remember 58 is yesterday's POC, right? So we're still maintaining the higher edge of our distribution, right? And that's all I'm watching for bids to maintain at that 58 from yesterday or from Friday. That's all. So it was just like ES was holding and maintaining where we wanted, NQ was dipping, and Russell was dipping. So as soon as those find that low with ES maintaining, then it just has the I have a lot more confidence that we're gonna get the push, especially when I saw speed come in, and then it's just following momentum there. So I entered on the break of 65s with the Russell pushing, and then seeing Apple and NVIDIA actually getting the pop with it. Just was like, oh, okay, well, I now have a level I can play this off of and have like a 5-point invalidation where if we push back below, I'll be able to like pretty easily see that 65 offer take hold of it again. But again, like I only tried with one contract there. That's why I was sad. It was like, oh, I only have one. But I just played that up into our next resistance. And then once we saw that flag hold, then I played and got back in for the pop from a hold of 85 and then the push into 100s. Right, just like momentum trading. Playing when everything's coming into our pivot, and then it's like playing off of that bid. Quick trades. I don't know if that was helpful, but that was the thought process. Because for again, for like downside, like I needed to see that rejection into the 65s and then a new low for him, and we didn't see that. So it's like, okay, I have to give up on the 40 target, and now I have to look for upside because we're getting that Russell speed. So like my sell side plan invalidated. Now I'm looking long. Things have changed. You just have to like try in a zone, man. Like there's like if you're waiting for a very specific level to get filled, you're gonna have a bad time most of the time. Like you want to be like you have a area of risk and you are willing to put risk on in that area, right? And if we get the higher low, you can add. But like waiting for an individual level to like buy or sell, a lot of the times you're gonna miss the move and not get filled, especially if you're using like markets or limits, like just like a sorry, like a limit order at a specific level. This is why like I'll mark it in into a zone, and then I'll add to that position if we get the higher low to be on the right side of the V. But like I'm willing to exit if things don't go my way. That's I think the biggest difference with a lot of people is that they don't exit and invalidate. They stay in that losing position and let it bleed. So our PVZ here, retesting value at 67s. On ES. Still waiting for the Russell to find a low. It's like, again, like with the 65 area here, let me just full screen this real quick. Like what was I looking for here? Well, I'm looking for a rejection in this zone because it's our LVN here. And I'm expecting sell side to kind of absorb any buy side that's interacting on the way up. And then what I'm looking for is that lower high and then that offer and push down for continuation. Right, so you can put in an initial short if you want in this area, but for me, this will always be where I'm taking profit, and then I'm looking for that breach below, and then the offer to step down, and then I'm looking for my ads to be mostly here, and then playing off of this area as my invalidation above, right? Now I have an area to work with where I know, or I don't want to say no, but I have a reasonable understand. I have how do I word this? There is a my I now have an understanding that this is where the seller was most recently. So I now can play off of this area if this is my idea, that this is now my invalidation, and I'm looking for the offer to maintain on any looks above. And I'm watching for the offer to move down from this 5 now down into this 58. So these guys, I'm looking for them to now aggressively push price down from that look below for that new low to that push down into 40s. If that doesn't occur and we see the opposite happen, where all of a sudden, instead of our seller showing here, we get a higher low and then a look above and then a really jumpy bid, right? An excited bid steps in here where our seller was previously and pops us. I'm now willing to play off of this level because this is now, the seller is has moved out of the way, right? I'm now watching this bid step in at where our offer was previously, and I'm seeing size and speed step in to push us up. And so I want to be playing with that momentum and that energy because now something has shifted. Where I thought that seller was, they aren't. And now I'm playing with this guy in real time who's lifting the market up. And so I want to be really I now have an actionable pivot on the short term where like I now can play with this guy and I want to play into our next level. That's all. That's literally all it was. But like having that understanding of like where the sellers were and what I'm looking for from a bid is important to have a plan in both directions. And like, I'm not taking this short, by the way. I was looking for that to pull back into the 40s. That's what I said. But I have an understanding that like if they are present, I'm looking for that last leg down for that move. And then it's just waiting for something actionable. And that seemed actionable to me. And then this was the next trade. The break of this, and then the push into our node at 100s. Yeah, I mean, it just comes from experience, but also like you have to understand what makes the market move, right? Like there's buyers and sellers, right? The entire market is an auction. So if we see buyers now showing that they're interested at a level that was very clearly, 30 seconds ago, where the offer was sitting, where sellers were sitting, and we're very happy to take in all sides, and all of a sudden we see them pulling away from that area, and we see buyers now stepping in at the level where they were clearly willing to just kind of absorb. That's a shift, at least short term. And I now want to be very aware of that level in that area to see if buyers can now maintain, because something has changed in the short term that I want to now be able to play off of. I don't move the market. I'm trading 2 lots, right? But if size is coming in and is now willing to take in where that seller was, right, where resistance is, and is now bidding, I now have an idea that sell side has shifted above, and now buyers are willing to maintain here. Now I'm playing zone to zone, right? And so like that just comes from looking at like taking trades and seeing a shift. Like I was very fast to spot that Russell shift, and like seeing stuff like that and seeing that change of speed. Like those are the areas you want to be playing and be kind of paying attention to, because something has changed in the market, at least short term. Like if people want to buy, I want to buy with them. So that's like speed and acceleration and reclaiming of previous levels. Keep doing that. Reclaiming previous levels. And that's just paying attention and having an understanding of where we are structurally. But like all the levels, and I walked through that entire trade live. Like that's like, okay, this is where we're bidding. I'm excited. Russell's pushing. We have momentum. Trying here. We'll have a secondary entry if we can flag and do this. Like that was here. Then it's just being willing to be actionable, right? And like we've lost all momentum as soon as the Russell came up, and we've sold since. Like just understanding that very simple concept of like if NQ and RTY are both pushing, like the market's gonna go up. It looks like RTY wants to come back down to our PVZ here into what is this? 31.3. And see if this can reclaim. I could see this kind of just continuing these lower highs down into this. So if we can get back over and pop like that, awesome. But I'd be more so expecting this push down into our PVC here. I don't know. I mean, like a lot of this is just going to be developing areas of interest, playing those areas, and then understanding, like paying attention to what's happening with price, tapes, everything as we come back in. Like these areas don't lose interest, lose important, 5 minutes later if they're actually auction pivots, right? So like if you're only really paying attention to how we react into our pivots, and you're watching to see how everything else is reacting, right? Like you're gonna get like a rubber band effect where like you have a bit of relief bouncing, and those can be playable. Like you don't need a new high to make money. You just need buyers to be present. And you just play back up to the previous level, and then you exit. I'm just rambling, but like I think a lot of you are like still really unwilling to attempt things, or you're like exiting too early before like just gotta like you have to keep watching and keep trying and get practice in and like build up your intuition a bit. But like being able to just like spot momentum, I mean that was a 23-second trade that resulted in $205, and I could have held that longer, but like I just traded it into our node. Like this, buying this to this was $205. And like, do you need to be the one to catch that momentum trade? No, because like 58's held, and there was no reason to not be playing off of 58s on ES, right? Like again, if it's just structurally, all we've done is hold yesterday's Friday's POC and trade back up to our value high on the day into ES, right? Like we're just trading in this range of our balance that we've been trading in for the last 3 hours, 58s to 70s. And like Russell's still falling, and we're getting that push down into our PVZ, right? Like, so there's no real great longing opportunity until we get down here and the Russell finds that low. And Q back to our 73s, and Russell now pushing into target. So like, I need to see this break of these lower highs, or we're just channeling down. So we're looking for buyers to be present here. We're looking for buyers to be present here for a push up and continuation, or like we're just going to retrace this whole thing. So let's see if the Russell can find a low here. We can see Apple and Nvidia both retracing most of this move up that it just did. Yeah, and for added confluence there, right? Like Russell's still in downtrend, right, Sauce? So like again, everything's at resistance, and we don't have a key pivot on RTY to play off of to show that there's momentum continuation. All we're seeing is like a reoffer from the previous sell on NQ and ES double topping. So like, yeah, you can take a short-term trade there, or just understand that we're going to probably get a pullback there and then look for a buy back down at our previous pivot. Especially with like Nvidia and Apple selling as well. It's like, okay, well, like, what's going to lift us? Well, the things that lifted us last time aren't lifting; they're going down. So like, what's the narrative? What's the idea here that's going to get us to push if our underlyings aren't pushing? Because surely you're not just buying the level to buy the level. Like we have to have an understanding of why price is going to hold there. Do we see buyers that are active, or do we see sellers who are in control? Have we seen the higher low from the bounce that shows that there's like an active buyer? And do we see that also being shown on footprint or tape or whatever, you know, other thing that you look at, secondary signal? What would we have wanted to see if we were going to get a long from here? Well, like our PVZ level is at 105.50 where we rejected. This is our node. So like think about this from a structural perspective here. This doesn't have to be a short, but it's definitely not a long into this. We need to see this tail become supportive, right? We need to build at this upper tail. If we can do that and we can look above, then we can look up into that 20. But without that, like this is just this is resistance. This is where our seller is located. This is where we pushed down last time. This is a retest and an offer of the same area. So let's see if the Russell can hold here into our PVZ. Still pretty weak.
intelligence system is on-device processing. We have integrated it deep into your iPhone, iPad, and Mac, and throughout your apps, so it's aware of your personal data without collecting your personal data. This is only possible through our unique integration of hardware and software and our years-long investment in building advanced silicon for on-device intelligence. Deeply integrated generative models require immense processing power. And with our most advanced Apple silicon, the A17 Pro and M family of chips, we have the computational foundation to power Apple Intelligence. This personal intelligence system is comprised of highly capable large language and diffusion models that are specialized for your everyday tasks and can adapt on the fly to your current activity. It also includes an on-device semantic index that can organize and surface information from across your apps. When you make a request, Apple Intelligence uses its semantic index to identify the relevant personal data and feeds it to the generative models so they have the personal context to best assist you. Many of these models run entirely on device. There are times, though, when you need models that are larger than what fits in your pocket today. Servers can help with this, but traditionally, servers can also store your data without you realizing it and use it in ways you did not intend. And since server software is only accessible...
Has there been any problems with my mic since we adjusted things, or is everything all right now? I haven't seen anyone complain. Okay, cool.
See, I think you sound fine.
There are a lot of issues this morning. So, like, we got our perfect bounce on our Russell at our PVZ, right? Now we need to see if we can break the downtrend here. I think if we can, then we can see NQ and ES kind of like try to, you know, slow grind down to our pivots, but hold, and then we can get our pop. But if like the Russell continues to just hold this channel and we can't get over, then we can have issues. I'd like to see like NQ be able to base here while the Russell works to see if it can get out of these lower highs. But if it can't, right, like then it's just going to be a more of the same. See if NQ can find our low, and if the Russell can get over this offer here. Nice, Kevin. Yeah, I mean that's it's a pretty good a good hourly P&L, you know, at 11 o'clock. But like I use stuff like this all the time. Like again, I'm not looking for a low until I see the Russell come into a pivot that's known. And we know that this is our pivot. And what do we have now? Well, we have a basing forming. Does this mean it's going to break out and make a new high? No. But it's an area to now start to look to see if we're going to get that continuation without just getting immediately ran through, right? This is an area where we are now have an area of risk where we're at a known pivot and we can play around this level and have a few points of risk on without getting absolutely destroyed. Because we have the Russell basing, we have ES back into our previous highs, right, at our tail, and we have NQ at our pivot at the 7380. So, like, can we get the break? Maybe. Let's hope. But, like, at least what we're giving ourselves is a respite from the market sell, right? And that gives us a bit of wiggle room to take entry and not have to be so exact. And we can just play the range, right? First target can just be the top of this basing into our previous day value high here at 85. And if we see 85s become supportive, we can leave a runner. But this allows us to kind of get in and have a bit more flexibility because we know that the market's going to have a bit of a respite before our next either leg down or a reversion back up to our highs. And I try to find areas like this because it allows that flexibility. I don't have to be as exact, and I don't need to worry about, you know, huge candles down. Like this is an area where we know there's known liquidity. And so we expect a bit of chop, but that gives us a range to figure out what's going on before our next move. And remember, or this is just a reminder, like the Russell is a playable instrument on every prop firm. Like you can just play the Russell bounces if that's what you want to do. Like you can make money on playing RTY. nothing wrong with that. There are multiple successful traders in this Discord and in YouTube that just trade RTY. Trade what you have a better understanding of and what works for you. If you have a better read on an instrument, trade that instrument. Who cares? I'm glad it's helpful. My yapping.
New low here, Apple.
Yeah, again, if 60.55 doesn't hold here on NQ, like I'm still looking for that 40. So this is like your last line here. If we get the double bottom here on NQ and our like 55 area holding our overnight high, or if this will go offer, we'll know it's, again, we'll know if the sell side's serious, if this will become resistance, then we get this push down. If we can't get back over our overnight high in our previous week POC here, like this will be very clear if the offer now sticks. And again, like this is a big area that we're looking at below, but this area is your value low at 28 and 40, your previous day POC. This is the area where I want to see if these buyers here are still willing to transact on this next attempt. Delete. I'm kind of done, to be honest. Bit bored. What did I just delete? Butterflies. An Apple butterfly call spread.
draws on the personal context awareness and action capabilities built into Apple Intelligence. Imagine that I'm planning to pick my mom up from the airport and I'm trying to figure out my timing. Siri is going to be able to help me do this so easily. Siri, when is my mom's flight landing? What's awesome is that Siri actually cross-references flight details that my mom shared with me by email with real-time flight tracking to give me her up-to-date arrival time. What's our lunch plan? I don't always remember to add things to my calendar, and so I love that Siri can help me keep track of plans that I've made in casual conversation, like this lunch reservation my mom mentioned in a text.
That looks like this, by the way.
I haven't had to jump from mail to messages to maps to figure out this plan. And a set of tasks that would have taken minutes on my
Or
phone
no, did I do something wrong?
probably would have resulted in a
Oh, yeah, I changed everything to 2. Sorry, here, never mind. It auto did 2 on everything.
of the ways in which
Boris, I would really wait for a clean test into like 70 here. Because if it trades through, we're just going to re-auction that 80, 88 area.
Why did it?
where Siri's new design is a total game changer. It makes Siri feel seamlessly integrated
It's another full node rotation, so.
capabilities of Apple Intelligence. This year marks the start of a new era for Siri. Here's Justin to show you more places throughout the system where Apple Intelligence simplifies and accelerates your tasks.
Apple Intelligence unlocks incredible new ways to enhance your writing. Whether you're tidying up your hastily written class notes, ensuring your
New
bullet
trade, copy link.
or making
There you
sure
go.
your email is perfectly crafted. Let's use Mail to take a closer look at how the system-wide writing tools can help you communicate even more effectively.
Is that not posting?
It gives you different versions of what you've written, so you can choose the one you like best. This is great for making sure your cover letter for that job you're excited for lands perfectly. And suggestions are shown inline, so you can go with a combination of flow and wording that works for you. Rewrite also helps you get the tone right. Have you ever reread a work email that you just wrote and thought, oh, this might not go over well? Well, now you can change the tone of that response to your colleague to make it sound more friendly, professional, or concise. You can also describe how you'd like it rewritten. For example, you can invite your friends to a get-together with a one-of-a-kind invitation.
Retesting last auction here in Q towards 70.
Another way writing tools can help you is with Proofread. Say you're emailing your English professor. With Proofread, you can nail
They're
grammar,
just regular charts. Yeah, it's called Symbol Viewer. And it's just NVIDIA and Apple.
edits, and their explanations individually, or accept them all with a click. And if you're about to email a project status that has gotten quite long, use Summarize to bring out the key points, and then add them as a TLDR.
Nothing special. I just have them up there for because the keynote's going on, so just to help visualize.
Where you write, including third-party apps. Apple Intelligence also powers Smart Reply in
Thank you, Kevin.
For example, when you need to RSVP to an event, you will now see suggestions for your response based on the email. If you say you'll be there, Mail identifies questions you were asked in the invite and offers intelligent selections so you can quickly choose your responses. Your drafted response incorporates your answers. So with just a few taps, you're ready to send it off with all the right details. Finally, let's talk about how Apple Intelligence helps you stay on top of a busy inbox. We all deal with sorting through a ton of email every day. And now it's easier and faster than ever to browse your inbox. Instead of previewing the first few lines of each email that don't always convey the most useful information, you can now see summaries visible right from your email list. So without even opening the email, you'll know that your team is meeting on Thursday to discuss a new design. And if you jump into a particularly long email when you're in a hurry, you can tap to reveal a summary at the top of the email and cut right to the chase. We're also elevating priority messages. Apple Intelligence can understand the content of the emails you receive.
Russell's still holding our pivot, no change. Yes, battling for POC now is resistance. And Q just rotating ticks around this node. Nothing really here until we see something break.
Into more places, like your notifications. First, just like in Mail, your priority notifications appear at the top of the stack, letting you know what to pay attention to at a glance. And to make scanning your notifications faster, they're summarized. group chat is blown up, you can quickly see that Savita booked the house and Leah is arriving early, right from your lock screen. Apple Intelligence also enables
Sorry, that was probably really loud.
called reduce interruptions. It understands the content of your notifications to selectively surface only the ones that might need immediate attention, like a text about today's date.
I love how the big spiel was that they're like trying to protect your data, and then this just literally like digs into everything everyone's sending you.
Yeah, but just for you, I promise.
Yeah, that's yep. That's like whoever that Facebook like programmer was who was fighting with Elon on Twitter was like, Facebook does not sell your data. And it's like, no, you sell licenses to for people to access the data. Like, nice try, bozo.
I have not, Tatum. Yeah, it sounds good.
Wow, Sig's gonna get an iPhone now with this high quality bagel.
I mean, maybe for those cowboy hat ones. Those are good. One of my favorite, the pensive cowboy. Got all these. Stupid. Pushing into our 40s now. Let's see if NQ can find a low here. 58 retest.
NYMEX diesel July futures settle at $2.41 a gallon. Gasoline July futures at $2.41 as well. NYMEX natural gas July futures at $2.90, and NYMEX WTI crude July futures at $77.74 a barrel. That's up $2.21 or 2.93%.
Remember the importance of this 40 to 20 area on NQ from earlier in the day. That's where we are again, just as a understanding. You remember that was our pivot this morning that we needed to breach, and once we were able to get upside. So if we can now hold this 40 to 20 on retest, that would be amazing. If 20 goes offer again, then expect like a full retrace of this morning's action, right? Back down to our lower balance. But if we can hold here and build, be a really great sign for the willingness to kind of hold this higher balance.
With the ability to deeply understand and like a brand new tool in the Notes app that we call Image Wand. Image Wand can transform a rough sketch into a polished image that complements your notes and makes them more visual. And it's available right in your tool palette. Suppose you want a better image for your architectural history course. With Image Wand, you can circle your rough sketch using Apple Pencil to open up an image playground within your note. Image Wand uses on-device intelligence to analyze your sketch and words and creates an image for you. What's really fun is that you can even circle empty space, and it will pull out context in the surrounding area to suggest the ideal image to go with your note.
Kind of cool.
It's never been easier to make your notes more visual and engaging. Apple Intelligence also helps us make them.
Yeah, like Microsoft OneNote tried that and really failed.
We have an update to photo editing.
It didn't fail, but like it was,
Just mid.
yeah.
It wasn't quite perfect.
Well, it had problems with like images and PDFs and like combining the two, and like for anything like taking notes for like schoolwork and stuff, you like needed the PDF of the book, right? Like
Got it.
those are the problems that I had with it. I mean, this was years ago, but
Specific things like Maya skateboarding in a tie-dye shirt, or Katie with stickers on her face. Search in videos is also more powerful, with the ability to find a particular moment in the middle of a video clip. So you can go right to the relevant segment when you search for that video of Maria cartwheeling on the grass. Apple Intelligence also makes it so much more delightful to create a memory movie. Today, when you want to use your photos and videos to create a movie yourself, like for your fishing trips with your kids, it can take hours of work.
Pushing off of our 40s. First offer look for is into this 50-55. We can get over that, should be good to go. So definitely your first risk off, and then just move to a break-even stop off of the 40 hold. Russell again holding our low and PVZ. 58's still maintaining on ES, no change. Just a deeper pullback on NQ into that 40 liquidity that we wanted. Out one here into 55. Need to reclaim our ETH high for anything more. Make it supportive. Huge fish. Look at that.
wow. We test into our like 60 auction NQ, as well as POC ES. This would be your lower high area. No lower high here. You would like to see a higher high through 70, or I think we get stuck for a bit again.
See if we can now hold above.
You want to see this go? All right.
Back to our 73, 80 pivot. Need above. Good look over our overnight high. Russell attempting at our top edge. 67's on ES, kind of your edge of your HV, your high volume edge here. PVZ as well. See if we can get over 80s.
Apple announces a deal with OpenAI at the WWC event.
ES retesting POC here is supportive. Russell top of range retesting. See if we can see these sellers are now buyers. We have this imbalance below that I think we can come in and fill for a higher low if this doesn't just hold here. We watch this look here, but everything looks okay as of right now.
some advice on decorating. You can take a picture and ask, what kind of plants would go well on this deck? Siri confirms if it's okay to share your photo with ChatGPT.
This Apple 9420, 9440 is going to be pretty important here.
In addition to photos, you can also ask questions related to your documents, presentations, or PDFs. We've also integrated ChatGPT into the system-wide writing tools with Compose. You can create content with ChatGPT for whatever you're writing about. Suppose you want to create a custom bedtime story for your 6-year-old who loves butterflies and solving riddles. Put in your initial idea and send it to ChatGPT to get something back she'll love. Compose can also help you tap into
I need that for Surf. He loves butterflies and riddles. It's his 2 favorite things.
to illustrate your bedtime story. You'll be able to access ChatGPT for free without creating an account. Your requests and information will not be logged. And for ChatGPT subscribers, you'll be able to connect.
Oh, they have ChatGPT for bedtime stories.
Of course,
What do they mean it's not going to be logged? Literally how they trained the model.
I see. This is what I was talking about earlier too. But they just keep using this like foo-foo lawyer language, where, you know, it's like, we don't sell your data. We just sell access to the data set that your data is included in.
Yeah.
But we're not selling your data. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not logged. It's just encrypted with a personalized user ID. So it's not actually logging it because it's taking the extra step. Kind of, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's that kind of thing.
They're not logging you as an individual, but as just like
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not like, it doesn't say Mario. It says user 123, which is
Yeah.
all of Mario's accounts. Like,
An app like Bear Notes can automatically allow users to rewrite, proofread, and summarize notes. Plus, we're building many more ways for users to take action in apps with Siri. If a developer is already
yeah, there you go, Romeo.
enhancements from many of Siri's new capabilities without additional work. We're also investing deeply in the App Intense framework to connect the vast world of apps with Apple Intelligence. We're defining new intents across our operating systems and making them available to developers.
Did anyone play off of the 40s or no?
These intents are predefined, trained, and tested, so they're easy for developers to adopt. Using new app intents, an app like Darkroom will be able to use the apply filter intent to give users the ability to say, apply a cinematic preset to the photo I took.
It's 40 points here.
These are just a handful of the updates coming to our platform SDKs, so developers can add intelligent and useful features to their apps. We'll share more details in the
Job,
Yeah.
Ben.
Yeah, good job.
like how we're bringing generative intelligence to Xcode for developing apps using Swift and SwiftUI.
Pushing into a previous day value high here into 85s.
Smart Assistant.
Good area to move stops up, understanding that we need to make it supportive.
Apple Intelligence.
Gib 90.
Nice.
And users. This is AI for the rest of us. Personal intelligence you can rely on at work, home, and everywhere in between. Apple Intelligence harnesses the power of our most advanced silicon and will be
Up, Gav.
15 Pro and iPad and Mac with M1 and later. Apple Intelligence will be available to try out in US English this summer. We're bringing it to users in beta as part of iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia this fall.
You can buy it whenever you want, Gav.
Additional languages and platforms coming out over the course of the next year. This is the beginning of an exciting new chapter of personal intelligence. Intelligence built for your most personal products. Your
All right, good luck, Ben.
and Mac.
Or you just say you're gonna wait and buy it when it's 21, and this will be the low, so then you can complain for the rest of the month that the 21 buy didn't tag, and you would be a billionaire.
Surely.
It's a strat.
And now, back to Tim.
Thank you, Craig, and thanks to all of our.
Well, we filled the gap.
It's been an exciting day of announcements. We shared powerful new features and
What was his average share cross? Like 22, 24?
I think his average is lower. I think it's in the 18s. Oh, 21. Okay, never mind. I thought it was pretty a lot lower.
and macOS Sequoia
It's 20 something.
releases game changers. Built in a uniquely Apple way, we think Apple Intelligence is going to be
Yeah. 21. How are those GME calls doing? Those are 620 right now. All right, event's over. Russell retesting our high off of the hold of our PVZ at our value PVZ value high, right? No change. Our pivot held. See our reaction here on Apple now that that's over. Well, Google shareholders loved the Apple presentation. It's calling me. Nope.
Nope.
I think I'm gonna dip out last hour, and then I'll be back for class. I am pretty done with trading. Hopefully you guys had a good day. I feel like we had a pretty good morning.
I think people should. Just like early mid-afternoon was quite good as well.
Yeah. Definitely.
We'll see now with post-Apple this last hour. Especially, I thought that once we cleared back over like that 70, that we wouldn't get stuck in this auction again. But with us getting stuck here, honestly, we might just test tails the rest of the day. Come like 107 and then 40 and one more rotation, that's it. On RTY and NQ is just respecting this node, obviously.
Yeah. Definitely think there's potential over 75s if we get over 75s for more, but like if not, like it's a very clear range on ES. So
Yeah.
clear. Yeah. Yeah, do we have any plans for class if we were going to start the playbook next week?
So I did not do any prep
Okay.
for that. I feel like we kind of need
Yeah,
to.
yeah, sure.
Um,
Especially for
so
examples.
yeah, exactly. So I had talked about this last week, but I thought it would be nice to do like a goal setting like review, since it's like halfway through,
Yeah.
and to remind everybody to do that. And then I have like with that here, I'll send this to you. I should have done this earlier. But there's like a little portion in this chat from traders about loss control that I thought was quite good. So kind of watch that and tie it in with goal setting. It's about like, because I think that there's like a point now where most of you are at where you like get into the can be consistently profitable, and then it's like, okay, how do we maintain that? So kind of that's like the lens that I want to try to approach things with.
Brent crude futures settle at $81.63 a barrel. That's up $2.01 or 2.52%.
I mean, we can go over some areas. Pretty much everything has been posted. Already with the day. I think that kind of stuff you'll be starting to see a lot of that like next week wise.
Yeah, I mean it's literally just the areas we've been talking about today. I've been trying to keep up.
Like for me wise, like I messed up that first long and then I really didn't do anything since then, and then now I'm in a position off the hold of 65 on NQ that I'm just holding. See if we can get this 90 test. Yeah, well you're going to. That's not a bad thing. Like okay, I just took a trim here in the 90. But what I would say, like, yeah, we can go over some stuff, but like I said previously, it's pretty much everything we've talked about today. But just being like really conscious of what we're saying. And yeah, I don't like you just have to build pattern recognition. And nothing like we say, like you can review it, but a lot of that is based on how your brain views those patterns. So pay attention to the areas we're talking about, pay attention to what you notice in those areas, and then the next day, once you notice those things, try to repeat it and see if you have recognized something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like my entries and exits aren't perfect, so like I don't know if like there's gonna be a ton going on there, but it's just about like holding the zone and being willing to take break evens.
Well, just to extrapolate on that too, like I know we say words a lot, like holding the zone, rejecting the zone, and we can give you examples of like holding the zone is you're watching absorption and you're looking for the bid to like lift out of that, and then you're like, okay, what does that mean? Well, you need to be able to then, as a individual, like recognize what that looks like, because it's always going to, like, I can't be like on ES, if you see 500 contracts come over the spread and 30 leak below and then it regains, like that's a good bottom. Like that, there's no hard rule like that. So you just need to, around those areas, start being like, oh, we're looking for something here. Did it occur? If yes, what did it look like? And then build upon that. It's, we can teach you like the change of values. We can teach you like what numbers are larger or lower than normal based on with order flow. But in terms of the patterns, like that's what I would recommend working on. Because it is easy for us to say like, well, we're just looking for the zone to hold. But then you're like, okay, what does that look like? Which is kind of up to you. Does that make sense? Do you think I'm correct wise kind of on that? Like my synopsis? And like I can say, even between like Sig and I, like our zones are usually like pretty much always the same. What we're looking for is pretty much always the same. I mean, we've worked together for years to like
Yeah.
develop a way to do this, but our entries are different every time. They're close, but like I think that's a good example where it's so individual on like what your actual trigger and what you like and see is.
I don't know. I mean, like here's everything for the day for me. Like not everything's perfect, but like we're holding the areas that I care about. This is ES and NQ. You can review if you want, but that looks like this all said and done. There you go. Oof.
Like for me, oops, let me do this. There's that long that I posted earlier. I am just sitting in one now, which will probably come off soon if we lose this current auction. Like I tried the BWAP, didn't get it. In again on the hold and just chilling out.
Yeah. I guess I should post these for what I just posted. Okay, too large. Never mind. Not posting for YouTube. I'm not rescaling this.
Trading view probs.
Trying to take screenshots on the 2K monitor. Not happening.
Yeah, it doesn't work. It does not work well.
But yeah, I mean, if that stuff's like useful, I can post it more often. I try to post it whenever I'm like talking about things. But if it's helpful to you, you know, like see what I was looking at, and then you can compare that to the levels that are on the trading view charts, and you'll see that they're very much the same. Yeah, I'm not like saying anything that I'm not actively looking at myself, you know? Like it's there's no deception here from what I'm saying to what my actions are. No, I didn't, Tatum. I still have a dead monitor. Feels bad. I don't know what's going on with it. Surely this is just because, you know, God wants me to buy 4 ultra wide 2K monitors to replace this one dead one.
He told me.
Yeah. Surely this is just an excuse, you know? No, please, that is not what I meant. Just not
Oh,
confident
he
enough.
thought no, Sig's monitor broke. Wise, it's not for you for the screenshots. Don't.
Oh no. Yeah, no. When I moved, one of my monitors stopped working. Sorry, separate conversation. My bad, man. But yeah, I to add on like the 3K a day thing. Like I'm calm and I'm happy and like I'm done trading. Like I have no reason to trade more. Like I'm hanging out now. Like I said, I'll probably not trade the last hour. Probably go walk the dog, seeing as we'll have class for 2 hours and she'll want that walk.
Yes.
And
Hopefully
then
today is a short one.
yeah.
Whenever I say that, it's 2 hours. So whenever I'm like, this is gonna be a big one, it's 45 minutes. So.
Yep. And I'll do that. It looks like it's about to rain, so I'd rather get that out of the way before it's a swamp. But I'll see you guys in like an hour 30. I'll be back. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll also take this time to respond to DMs that I did not get to this weekend. Again, I was moving this weekend, so I was not able to look at anyone's trades. But I will get on that in this next hour. I will see you all in class. Peace.
Bye.